Time and Date, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens. Hi, Steffen.
Hi, Anna.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events.
And we ordered the Devil's Horn just for you.
Now, we have to say thank you very much for your images tonight.
We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events.
That is a meteor.
Find your home and even more details on Time and Date. And subscribe to join us next time. And welcome. You're watching a total lunar eclipse here on timeanddate.com. I'm Anna Buckle and this is Graham Jones. And we're kind of excited. It's the first total lunar eclipse in 2.5 years. They're nice and chill and easy. And for the next 4 hours, we're going to guide you through this from the Earth's shadow, dark shadow, moving across the moon turning red, and the Earth's dark shadow moving off the moon again. But first, we've got some housekeeping. We've got a beautiful timeline here on the right-hand side. And as you can see, we're deep into the penumbral phase, and we've got the partial phase of this eclipse starting quite soon. And we can already see the side of that beautiful full moon image there from Santiago, Chile, getting darker and darker. So that's really, really cool. Totality on the timeline there in about an hour and 15 minutes ish, and we'll get an hour and 5 minutes of totality of a red moon. Super excited about that too. In total, there's 6 hours and 3 minutes of eclipse. We're going to be here for 4 hours of it, the main bit. And we also have our trusty clock down here to help you decipher our timeline. 5:03 UTC here, universal time for a universal world. So ready to go. So Graham, who can see this eclipse?
Yeah, so the nice thing about a lunar eclipse is that it happens at full moon. And that means that anyone on the nighttime side of Earth has a chance of seeing this eclipse. You know that solar eclipses, they can be a bit of a challenge. You need to be in the right place at the right time. It all happens very quickly. You need to be very serious about eye safety and have your eclipse glasses or pinhole projector. But tonight it's a lunar eclipse, and that is a completely different story.
Nice and chill.
Nice and chill, as you say. Yeah, you don't need to worry about any eye protection. If you have a chance tonight, all you need to do is just go outside and have a look up at the moon with the naked eye. And it's just a really nice event to enjoy. So where is the nighttime side of Earth at the moment? Where is the moon above the horizon? Well, Anna, yeah, you're pointing there at our moonlight map. That's just above us on the right-hand side of the screen. So this is showing us the area of the globe where the moon is above the horizon and visible right now, depending, of course, on your weather conditions.
Yes.
Now, this is a moonlight map. So on this map, it's the light area of the globe, the light area in the middle. This is where the moon is above the horizon and visible at the moment. Right in the center of the map, there's also that moon icon at the very top of South America. That shows us the point in the globe where the moon is directly overhead at the moment. Now, we should mention that this is a live map.
Yes.
It is a moving map because the Earth is rotating. So the light area on the map where the moon is visible, that is slowly shifting to the left, shifting to the west. So that means, for example, if we look at Europe, Europe is entering the time when the moon is going to be setting. So Anna, we're here at the timeanddate.com HQ in Stavanger in Norway. And for us, we're shortly going to be going from the light side of the map into the dark side of the map. The moon is very low on the horizon here, and it's going to be setting in about an hour or so. It's the opposite case in Australia. In that case, moonrise is slowly approaching. In about 3 hours from now, the moon will be rising in Sydney, Australia. That's going to be too late for people in Sydney to see totality, but they will be able to catch the end of this eclipse later on. In North America and in South America, the moon is up high in the sky for the whole of this eclipse. And that's where we have our live telescope images coming from tonight.
Yes, we do. As always, we have our mobile observatory that's out. That's in Charlotte, North Carolina. We've got Steffen Thorsen and Konstantin Bikos there, and they have been chasing the clear skies. They were supposed to go on the other side, on the west coast of the US, and they ended up in the southeast. So very mobile observatory it is. So we're excited. We're watching images right now from Charlotte, and you can see the dark shadow moving there up, and we're just a couple of minutes out of partial eclipse there, Graham. But we've got some other partners as well.
That's right. We are partnering with two old friends tonight, two very talented and very experienced astronomers. Firstly, in Santa Rosa in New Mexico, we have John Williams from the National Solar Observatory. He's going to be bringing us a view from the southwestern corner of the US. As you were just saying, Anna, the weather has been a challenge. And the weather is a bit unstable in that part of the country. In fact, just in the last few hours, John has relocated. He was planning to stream from Santa Fe in New Mexico, but he jumped in a car and he drove, about 90 miles or about 140 kilometers to Santa Rosa. And he's found some fingers crossed. He's found a good spot with some clear skies. So we're looking forward to pictures from there. We also have pictures coming in. We can see in the top right corner of the screen there, pictures coming in from Santiago in Chile. These are coming from Thomas Puzia and his team at the Institute of Astrophysics at Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile.
Well done.
Thank you. So Thomas and his team, they are at the Foster Observatory. This is on a hill in the very heart of Santiago, Chile's capital city. Thomas is going to be giving us a southern hemisphere view of tonight's eclipse.
Quite iconic there with the mountain in Santiago, Chile. It's very, very cool. Well, it's early morning here in our HQ in Stavanger. It's still dark out. I actually can see a little bit of the lightning in the sky there. So, and if we were not sitting here with you guys, we would be at the beach. Not because it's warm, because it is pretty cold here still. Around freezing actually, but because that's where we would have a great view to the western horizon and we could see the partial eclipse. Unfortunately, we have a moonset eclipse here in Stavanger, so the moon will be setting as totality approaches, so probably under the horizon as totality happens. So unfortunate there, but it is a total lunar eclipse. And what happens during a total lunar eclipse, Graham?
Yeah, so tonight the moon is going to pass through the center of Earth's shadow in space. So Earth produces two shadows. There is a light outer shadow. This is called the penumbra. And this is where the Earth is blocking some, but not all of the sun. So it's a fairly light shadow. As we can see from our timeline, the penumbral eclipse started over an hour ago. That means for over an hour, Earth's light penumbral shadow has been moving across the face of the moon. And we're now we've now actually just begun, in fact, the partial stage of the eclipse. This is where the Earth's other shadow, its dark inner shadow, this is the umbra. This is where this darker shadow is now starting to eat away at the moon. If you're in this darker shadow, that means that the Earth is blocking the whole of the sun. So it's giving us a much darker eclipse. And we can really see that very clearly there on our image coming in from Charlotte. We can see that bottom left-hand side of the moon, it's starting to just disappear. It's just being swallowed up by Earth's darker shadow. So the partial phase is going to run for about an hour and 15 minutes. This dark shadow is going to move across the whole of the moon. And when it covers the entire disk of the moon, that's when totality begins. And that's when we should start to see the moon take on this famous reddish tint of a total lunar eclipse. Of course, the question is, why do we have this reddish tint? Well, we're going to talk about that very soon.
Very soon. But first, we're watching the partial eclipse, and it's dark and it's kind of mysterious, creeping across. The moon's going to get darker and darker, and it's just different than a moon phase. It just really kind of hits differently. I always get very excited at this stage because you kind of think it's going to be a bit dull, but it isn't. It's very cool. So these gorgeous images of the full moon, we've got Charlotte, USA, our mobile observatory there. We've got in Santiago, Chile, we've got Thomas Poussiat and his team there. And we're going to go away and come back with John Williams to explain why the moon will turn red during totality. So we'll see you soon.
Welcome back. You're watching a total lunar eclipse here on timeanddate.com. Having a look at our timeline on the left-hand side of the screen, we can see that we're around about midway through the partial phase of this eclipse. And sure enough, if we look at our telescope images coming in there, we can see that around about half the moon is now getting eaten away by Earth's dark inner shadow. Anna, we're here at the timeanddate.com HQ in Stavanger, Norway. Now, for us here, we've got a beautiful clear sky, but the moon is really low on the horizon. The moon is going to be setting for us in about 15 minutes time, but we just all crowded in to Matthew's office, who has got the most amazing view of the moon. They're close to the horizon, getting eaten away by Earth's shadow. And it is spectacular. And remember, if you're anywhere on the nighttime side of Earth, if you have clear skies,
Go and see it.
You can just go out, look up, and enjoy this, just like we enjoyed it there from the window of Matthew's office. We should say that Matthew Gunderson, he is one of our moderators tonight on our YouTube chat. He's there. He's doing a great job along with our in-house astrophysicist, Dr. Renata Molenhoes.
Well done.
They're looking after the chat there on YouTube. So we've had some beautiful images here on screen, and we are getting three very different views of this eclipse from our three different locations. We can kind of see that looks like the moon's shadow is coming in from different angles across the moon. People are wondering, what's going on there?
And this is where I try to explain it, but I do know how to explain it. So we're looking at images here from the USA. We've got from Charlotte. There, the moon's shadow is eating from the lower left side. You usually say 7 o'clock position or something like that.
Yeah, it's like the 7 o'clock position. Yeah.
And that is actually what it looks like. If they go outside, look up at the sky, they are outside. If they look up from the screen, up on the sky, they will see the Earth's shadow eating across the moon from that direction. But in Santa Rosa, USA, where we've got John Williams, his telescope has actually flipped the images. And some telescopes do that. You can adjust for it if you like, but it doesn't really matter. And so the shadow looks like it's coming from the top. If he looks up at the sky, the shadow will be coming from the bottom. And we did have some images from Santiago, and the shadow was coming from the opposite side, and that is because they're in the southern hemisphere, and it's almost like you can flip your view of the moon then. So that's also coming from the correct side if Thomas was looking up at the sky and looking at the moon. So
Absolutely, yeah, and we can also point out that we've got slightly different exposure settings there. So, the image there from John in Santa Rosa, it's a much more exposed image. So it's really showing us clearly the edge of Earth's dark shadow there on the moon. Yeah, a slightly kind of fuzzier looking edge to the shadow on the image from Charlotte. So yeah, we're looking at we're getting three very different views of tonight's eclipse. We are heading towards totality. That's when the moon gets completely covered by Earth's darker inner shadow. That's coming up in about 40 minutes. That's when we really see the moon start to take on this reddish tint. Of course, the big question is, why does it turn red? And well, we're going to talk to someone who can explain that. The person who is sending us that beautiful image from Santa Rosa, this is John Williams. He's had a pretty dramatic evening already.
He has.
with a last minute relocation for clear skies. He's battling strong winds there in Santa Rosa, so we can actually see there is that little bit of shake in his image. That's because the wind is playing with the telescope there. But we are going to have a chat with John. He's a web developer for the National Solar Observatory. He's also an award-winning science writer and outreach specialist. And John is going to join us now.
Oh, there he is in the dark.
Hey, there he is. John, you're having quite an evening. How are things going there in Santa Rosa?
You know, this is, I've never been here before. This is right on what they call historic Route 66, about an hour and a half from where I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So the wind is picking up. There's a big storm system coming in. That's why I left Santa Fe. And, you know, the temperature is about freezing, and it feels good, though, because I'm seeing the moon.
Exactly. And at some point, this moon is going to turn red. We're looking at your images right now on the big screen. And what I really like about it being exposed the way it is, that I'm hoping that it's going to turn really red, because you're exposing for the light side of the moon. So I'm super excited about that. But we've got a great shot of you on our live page on timeanddate.live, where you're showing a group of kids a telescope and how to use it. And how do you explain when you're doing outreach work why the moon turns red?
You know, it's all about the atmosphere. There's this effect called the Rayleigh effect, where blue light is absorbed by the atmosphere, or reflected and scattered. That's why we get the blue skies. But the Rayleigh effect, the longer wavelengths of light get refracted to our eyes. And so, you know, we're looking at the moon, this light's being refracted through the atmosphere, the Earth's atmosphere, and falling on the moon, these red and brown and orange tones. One of the most kind of the cool things to think about right now, we have some probes on the moon. They're going to take some pictures of the Earth during this eclipse. So they're looking back at that. The Earth is actually eclipsing the sun, although it's not the same as our total solar eclipses. But just think about this. If that light's being refracted through the atmosphere, there should be a red halo around the Earth. And we're hoping that that's what we see. So it would be kind of cool to stay on the moon right now.
Very cool to be on the moon right now. But unfortunately, we're here on Earth. And are all lunar eclipses the same color?
No, they change. And it all depends a lot on how much volcanic ash is in the atmosphere. So in the past, during years of volcanic eruptions, those eclipses tend to be a little darker. They're more ashen, grayish. Sometimes I've lost track of the moon in the sky when it's been very dark. It's easy to find. It doesn't completely disappear. And this idea is not a new one. Back in 1604, this guy named Johannes Kepler, you might have heard that name before, he put forward this idea that the moon turns red because of soot and dust in the atmosphere. He couldn't prove that then, but we know it now.
Yeah. That's super cool. And how do we determine the brightness of the moon during eclipses?
this is a fun thing. I thought this was it sounds like a very hard question or a very hard problem. But I had a friend who a scientist friend who he measured the brightness and the colors of the lunar eclipses. And what he did was he took a little telescope like this or a pair of binoculars, and he turned it backwards so that so the moon was a tiny little dot in the field of view. And because we know the magnitudes of stars that are around, he was able to make a direct comparison between the two. And that's how we did.
Super cool.
Yeah, that's a great trick. That's a great trick, that one. John, it's been great talking to you. We're going to let you get back to fighting against the wind and holding off that storm that you were mentioning there. So yeah, good luck with all of that.
Thanks.
We're about 35 minutes away from totality. Don't forget, we've got our timeline there on the left of the screen, and we have a UTC clock down in the bottom right corner. So yeah, a little over half an hour to go until the total phase of this eclipse begins. So stick with us. Don't forget to have a look at our live page at timeanddate.live. And we will see you back here soon.
Bye, John. Welcome back. You're watching a total lunar eclipse here on timeanddate.com. We're about 15 minutes out of totality, and wow, look at the moon from Santiago, Chile. It just looks amazing, and like, doesn't look like a normal full moon at all at the moment. And what is the, it's red, it's blue, it's white. What is the blue thing? We've talked about the white thing, we've talked about the red thing, but yeah.
Yeah, right. So here on our feed from Santiago, at the border between that light white side of the moon and that sort of darker redder side of the moon, we can see this kind of bluish tinge, and this is something that's sometimes called the turquoise band.
Okay.
As John was explaining in the interview that we did earlier, as light passes through Earth's atmosphere, it becomes reddish. So Earth's shadow in space has this the inner part of the shadow has this reddish tint to it, but the edge of Earth's shadow, the outer part of Earth's shadow, that's the ozone layer. Light passing through there actually takes on a bluish or kind of a turquoise-ish tinge. So what we're looking at, or what we were really getting a very good view of there in the Santiago feed, was that actually, the Earth's dark reddish shadow actually has this sort of light bluish outline. It's normally very difficult to see. We're actually getting a wonderful look at it here on this feed. And if you are out looking at the moon, it generally becomes more visible closer to totality. That's when that sort of light side of the moon gets smaller and smaller. That gives us kind of more of an opportunity to see it with the naked eye, but it is difficult to see, and we are getting a fantastic view of it here from Santiago.
And I think it's the best view we've had of it through our 8 years of live streaming.
I would agree with that, absolutely.
It's just spectacular. It looks like another planet.
It really does. Yeah.
Well, this is the first total lunar eclipse in 2.5 years, and we're excited because I don't know, I can't decide what I like the most: solar eclipses, lunar eclipses, but they're all so special. And over the next 12 months, and if we're including tonight, we're gonna have 3 lunar eclipses, and it's been a while, and that's why I'm so excited. What's going on, Graham?
Yeah, that's right. As you say, 3 totalities starting in about 10 minutes, 3 totalities in the space of 12 months. It is interesting that there are these sort of rhythms and patterns to eclipses. So tonight we have just over an hour of totality coming up. In 6 months' time, on September 7th and 8th, we're going to have another total lunar eclipse. That's going to give us an hour and 22 minutes of totality. And then after that, next year, on March 2nd and 3rd, we're going to have a total lunar eclipse with about 58 minutes of totality. So 3 total lunar eclipses, but during the same period, we're not going to have any total solar eclipses.
No.
So the next total solar eclipse, that's not until August next year. So we do see these kind of shifting patterns in eclipses. And at the moment, the way that the Earth, the moon, and the sun are aligning, it's really favoring lunar eclipses over solar eclipses. We should also say that it's almost a year since the last total solar eclipse. That was on April 8th, 2024. Anna, that's when you and I were in Llano, Texas, for that one. So tonight we are ending this 2.5 year period with no total lunar eclipses, but we are in the middle of a 2.5 year period with no total solar eclipses.
That's a nice pattern. And totality is about to begin. I think we're like 10 minutes out.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
really see them. The moon is
Yeah.
the dark side of the moon is really starting
Yeah.
to take on that reddish tinge.
Yeah.
Still seeing that sort of beautiful bluish fringe to the dark shadow there as well. Wow.
And I had a disappointing peek out the window before we came back in, and our moon has gone under the horizon.
Alas, it's over for us here in Norway.
So I'm very happy that I can see it here on the screen. We're going to be back soon. Take a look at timeanddate.live for more info, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss out on our next lunar eclipse. You're watching a total lunar eclipse here on timeanddate.com, and we are in totality right now, and we're going to stay here for an hour or so. And this is the famous blood moon, and I get it. And we can also see like a light edge of the moon there, especially in Santiago, Chile. So yeah, it's looking good, isn't it, Graham?
It is, yes. So yeah, the moon is now totally within Earth's dark inner or umbral shadow. It is still near the edge of the shadow. It's kind of slowly moving deeper into this dark shadow, but it is still a little bit near the edge, which means that we do have a slight difference on one side of the moon versus the other. So in our feed there from Charlotte in the USA, we can see that top right edge of the moon is a bit lighter than the bottom left edge of the moon. If we look at our feed there from Santiago in Chile, we can see it's the other way around. There it's the bottom left edge is a bit brighter than the top right edge. Of course, this leads to the question that we often get asked. Why do we have this difference between these images? It's a really good question. The first thing we have to say, Anna, is that we are all looking up at the same moon. We are looking at the same event happening at the same time. This is not like a solar eclipse. No. At a solar eclipse, there we have the moon's shadow is sweeping across the Earth. So different observers in different places see the eclipse happening at different times. Here with a lunar eclipse, it's the Earth's shadow sweeping across the face of the moon. All the action is taking place hundreds of thousands of miles away. So we're all seeing the same event happening at the same time. The big difference here between our feed from Charlotte in the USA and Santiago in Chile is that we're looking at it from different hemispheres.
Yes.
So as we go from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, or the other way round, then we see the sun and the moon, we see them the other way around. We sort of get them flipped. Now, this happens to everything in the sky. It happens to the sun, but of course we don't normally notice the sun getting flipped around. We do notice the moon getting flipped around in different hemispheres. It's particularly noticeable with things like moon phases.
Yes.
So Next week, we have a third quarter moon coming up. This is when half of the moon's disk is illuminated. It's also called a half moon.
Yeah.
So in the northern hemisphere, it's roughly speaking the left-hand side of the moon that's illuminated. In the southern hemisphere, it's the right side of the moon that's illuminated. And it's this same effect that we're seeing here with the difference in our pictures from the USA and Chile. It's a northern hemisphere perspective versus a southern hemisphere perspective.
And we're kind of midway through totality, or at least coming up to maximum eclipse. And that's the deepest part of the eclipse. The moon's been traveling deeper and deeper into Earth's shadow. And in around 15 minutes, we're going to be at its deepest point, and the moon will be at its dimmest. And this is a lot dimmer than a normal full moon. A normal full moon is really bright. You try to take a picture of it, you just get that bright dot. You don't really kind of, it's just this thing, and you think it's big and beautiful. And then it's just this little silly dot in there. And that's because it's so right. So during totality, it's really nice to go outside and, stay outside and see what happens to the night sky as the moon gets dimmer, because this time, not so many planets close to the lunar eclipse. We did have a lunar eclipse way back in 2018 where Mars was really close to it. It was beautiful. But you can see stars, you can see other things that you wouldn't normally see next to the full moon because it's so much dimmer. So go outside and have a look if you have the chance. We don't. We can see the sun has come up. I'm a bit disappointed. I'm excited for the next eclipse that we can see here in Norway. We're going to be keeping this live stream going for another 2 hours, all the way up to the end of the second partial phase when the moon has completely left this dark shadow. And shines this bright white again. So we're excited about that too. So stay with us. Take a look at timing.live. You can see John there. You can see Thomas there. A little bit about them, a little bit about Steffen and Constantine, who are working their little bums off in Charlotte, USA. So we will be back soon.
Welcome back to this total lunar eclipse live on timeanddate.com. We should say again that we are super privileged tonight to be collaborating with two old friends, two wonderful stream partners for this eclipse. In Santa Rosa in New Mexico, we have John Williams from the National Solar Observatory. It's just gone 10 past 1 in the morning for John. He has been battling the wind all night. He had to relocate at the last minute to get clear skies. He got clear skies, but there's been a vicious wind, which has made it really challenging for him. And you've probably seen his image there from Santa Rosa. There has been quite some shaking in his image. That is just simply the wind. In a way, wind is after clouds. The wind is kind of one of the biggest challenges for telescope live streams. John, thank you so much for fighting
the elements.
Yes, absolutely. We've also had pictures coming in from Santiago in Chile. This is from Thomas Puzia and his team at the Institute of Astrophysics at the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. They are in the center of Santiago on the San Cristobal Hill at the Foster Observatory. And amazing images. Again, that amazing blue color that we saw leading up to totality. Fantastic images there. And of course, the timeanddate.com mobile observatory, as always, is out chasing this eclipse. Well, maybe not chasing the eclipse, because as we know, a lunar eclipse, it's visible from anywhere on the nighttime side of Earth, but definitely chasing the good weather.
Oh, yes.
That's been the challenge there. So we have a 2-person team out with our mobile observatory. They flew into Atlanta on Monday, and they've been poring over the weather reports and the weather data to find the best location. They eventually ended up in Charlotte, in North Carolina, where it's now about 3:15 in the morning.
Yep.
There for timeanddate.com, we have Konstantin Bikos. He's our lead editor. He's been with timeanddate.com for 15 years now. And we have Steffen Thorsen. He is our CEO and our chief eclipse chaser. He's the person that started timeanddate.com all the way back in 1998. And we are going to have a chat with Steffen right now.
Hi, Steffen.
Hi, Graham. Hi, Anna.
How are you?
I'm fine. It's a very nice evening. Beautiful clear sky, no wind. And the moon is. I could just look up like that and look at the moon with my own eyes, and
Wow.
it's really a great evening.
Just a little bit jealous. I see you're a bit bundled up there. Are you keeping warm? How cold is it for you guys?
It's 10 degrees Celsius, which I don't remember the Fahrenheit for, but it's not that bad coming from Norway. So I've been to worse conditions than this, and it's actually kind of nice. We have quite a few layers of clothing, so we are fine.
Yeah, that's about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm getting here from from my colleague. So there you go. 10 degrees
15,
Celsius, 50, 50.
50.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. And, we've talked about you poring over the weather reports, and we've been spammed here at HQ with all the different weather models. And you were planning to be all the way on the west side of the US, and you've ended up in the southeast side. What happened?
Now we looked at our own eclipse maps, which have the average cloud cover over any eclipse. So, and the best place to be, not knowing the actual weather, was in the southwest. So California, Nevada, Arizona, maybe New Mexico or Texas. So we did book tickets to Los Angeles in the hope that we could either stay there or drive to somewhere where the conditions were nice. And we have had those tickets. We bought fully refundable tickets, which can quite useful because the weather, there's these weather systems coming in over the Pacific, which kind of was not so exciting for us. So we cancelled our rebook to Atlanta, which had excellent weather in the forecast at the time we booked, and then the day after it actually was a lot of more cloudy. So we were not sure if we made the right decision for sure, but and we've been following the news and the weather forecast from many different vendors to compare, and eventually found that South Carolina, North Carolina, maybe Florida. There was a few places that looked like they could have good conditions, and we end up a bit south of Charlotte in North Carolina. So it's been we made a good choice. We did have problems in the beginning of the eclipse because there was so much cloud that we had problems to align telescopes because the only thing you could see was the moon. And just a few brighter stars like Jupiter. So we did have a bit of challenge with the clouds in the very beginning, but then it all cleared up and it's been nice since that. And I don't see anything at the moment. So I think this should be a good rest of the eclipse. Yeah. But it's going to be cloudy just a few hours later again. So it's kind of the right spot at the right time. Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, congratulations. Once again, you and Konstantin have really read the forecasts just brilliantly. And great job on that, like Hannah said, for sure. So you're there, you're providing these fantastic telescope images for us. Of course, it needs much more than just a telescope to do these live streams. Can you describe to us what your setup is there in Charlotte, and I mean, and also sort of how long does it take to get everything set up for one of these live streams?
Now we do bring two telescopes. One is small enough to fit hand luggage, so if we lose the luggage, we can still make it. And we also have a camera that can be used to a certain with zoom. So we could potentially do 3 different streams, and it's a bit of redundancy. So if something goes wrong, we do have a bit more, and no eclipse is perfect. It's always something failing a bit or something being problematic, if it's in internet or if it's some mount that doesn't want to kind of cooperate. And we do have some problems with one of the telescopes that the focuser, there's like a motor that wants to focus. It's a bit odd, so we don't get one of the telescopes totally 100% into focus as we want to. So there's always some challenge. Then it's good to have a few different systems. So if something fails, you have at least something that is working. With 2 people, so one person can then maintain the thing that is working, and the other person can troubleshoot. So, and this has worked well. We often get 2 good feeds, but sometimes we struggle a bit with something, despite the very well planned and everything. There's always something that can go wrong. That's part of the kind of the fun part about it. It's not just like going there and doing it. You things can happen.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Yeah. Wow. And it's 3:20 in the morning for you. What time did you actually sort of finally arrive and start getting set up with everything?
Now we arrived Wednesday afternoon. We did a little bit of testing the same evening just to check that things were okay, at least some essential things. And then we spent yesterday to kind of test, and went to bed quite early. I got 2.5 hours of sleep, and that actually was enough to be prepared. And I'm not really that tired now. But also the excitement just being here and watching it, despite it being pitch black and everything, it's fine, doing fine. But I get some sleep afterwards as well.
Yeah, you do. And Constantine obviously is in the background working hard, making sure that we're getting these telescope images while you're talking to us. So it's good that you're two people. So we're going to keep your images up for another almost 2 hours, right? Left of the show, a little bit under. Right?
Yeah. Well, it's an hour and 3/4.
Yeah, well done. Thank you. As well as, of course, the pictures coming from John Williams and Thomas Puzia. And go to timeanddate.live. There you can see Steffen and Constantine's tired faces in Atlanta, Georgia. And we will be back here to talk to you soon. So bye, Steffen.
Bye-bye.
welcome back to this total lunar eclipse live here on timeanddate.com. We are out of totality. The total phase of this eclipse finished about 10 minutes ago. And that means that the moon is now starting to move out of Earth's dark inner shadow, and it's starting to brighten again at one edge. We can see that edge very clearly from our 3 different locations that we have tonight. On the right-hand side of the screen at the top, we have Santiago in Chile. Below that, we have Santa Rosa in the USA. That image still just shaking slightly because John Williams is battling a strong wind there in Santa Rosa. And in our main image on the screen, this is the moon emerging from Earth's dark shadow as seen from Charlotte, North Carolina in the USA. And Steffen and Konstantin are really zooming in there, and we're getting a fantastic view there. That is the edge of Earth's dark inner shadow causing that shadow across the moon. So 3 fantastic views.
Absolutely.
Of this eclipse. Now, we talked a little bit earlier about the rhythms and patterns of eclipses. And one of the patterns that we often mention is that eclipses come in pairs. Anna, what's that all about?
Well, whenever we have a lunar eclipse, we have a solar eclipse. They come 2 weeks apart on either side of the lunar eclipse. And a lunar eclipse happens at full moon. A solar eclipse happens at new moon. And so in 2 weeks, we're going to have a solar eclipse.
Yeah, giving us this lunar eclipse, solar eclipse pair.
Yeah.
And and this pattern repeats roughly every 6 months. And of course, this leads to another question that we're often asked is why do we have this 6-month gap between pairs of eclipses? I mean, after all, the reason we're seeing this eclipse tonight, it's because we have this great alignment of the sun and the earth and the moon. But this is kind of basically what happens every time we have a full moon. So why don't we get a lunar eclipse every month?
Well, they don't perfectly line up. And even during a lunar eclipse, they don't, sun, earth and moon don't perfectly line up. For a lunar eclipse, you need an almost perfect alignment. If it's more perfect, there's a deeper eclipse. If it's less perfect, there's a more shallow eclipse. However, we could have then a lunar eclipse every month. We can't. We don't. We have a full moon every month, and then we have these roughly 2 times a year, depending on what season we're in. So we've got the moon's orbit around Earth is slightly tilted, and oh God, I'm struggling with this, and you need to help me here. So the small tilt means that at most full moons, the moon's shadow the Earth's shadow does not hit the moon. It goes slightly over, slightly below. So roughly twice a year, when things do align closely, like tonight, we do get a lunar eclipse. Oh, I got through it.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. So tonight, here we see, we've seen the Earth go, the Earth's shadow in space, and the moon has passed right through the middle of that.
Yeah,
that's given us this total lunar eclipse.
Yeah.
The pairing of this eclipse, as you said, that's coming up in 2 weeks' time.
Yep.
At the next new moon. This is going to be a partial solar eclipse. We're going to be here again for live coverage of that one. This will be a partial solar eclipse. The deepest part of the eclipse will happen in the northeastern corner of North America at sunrise on March 29th. For Europe, it's going to be a kind of a partial eclipse around about mid-morning or lunchtime in Europe. And this is great timing. March 29th is a Saturday, giving us a lovely Saturday morning, Saturday lunchtime partial eclipse in Europe. So we will be back to cover that one here on timeanddate.com.
We will. But in the meantime, we're looking at this beautiful alignment of the sun, the earth, and the moon.
Yeah.
Almost perfect. And we're going to stay with us, stay here and enjoy the rest of the clip. Stay with us because we're still here for over an hour. Timeanddate.live is where you can find a little bit about our partners, a little bit about Steffen and Constantine, and we will be back with you soon. Welcome back. Anna Buckle, Graham Jones here at timeanddate.com, HQ in Stavanger, Norway. And where are we on the timeline? We're kind of mid partial and second partial phase. About 40 minutes still of partial eclipse to enjoy. And it really has been enjoyable. We've been having fun at least. We want to thank Steffen Thorsen and Konstantin Vikas from timeanddate.com's mobile observatory. Konstantin, Steffen, we're excited about having you back in the office on Monday to see you all tired and worn out. Yeah, but we also have some other people to thank, right, Graham?
Absolutely. Yeah, we really want to say a very big and very special thank you to our amazing stream partners for tonight. It's been so much fun, this eclipse, because we've been able to hook up really with old friends for this one. So in New Mexico, in the southwestern corner of the USA, we've had John Williams from the National Solar Observatory. He was going to be streaming from Santa Fe. Just hours before it all began, he jumped in a car and he relocated because the weather forecasts have been so changeable, so unstable there. He drove for 2 hours. He ended up in Santa Rosa, New Mexico. He's been lucky with the clouds.
He has.
But he's been fighting a huge ongoing battle with the wind all night. We've seen that sort of shakiness in his image. He's done an amazing job to get us these pictures. The latest weather we're hearing from there is that the clouds are approaching. So that might mean, well, it might mean we see some sort of dramatic effects as clouds pass across the face of the moon, or it might mean that everything just disappears there.
Name of the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, we go back many years with John Williams. We finally got to meet him. What was it? Back in October 2023. That's
Roswell.
Roswell. Yeah, that's right. We were getting set up for the annular solar eclipse that passed over Roswell in New Mexico. John was traveling from Santa Fe, heading down to the National Solar Observatory's observation site down in Texas, and he stopped off for a cup of coffee with us on the way, and it was really great to catch up with him there. So yeah, thank you, John, for all the great work tonight. We also have to say a very big thank you to Thomas Puzia and his team from the Institute of Astrophysics at Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. They have been there at the Foster Observatory in the center, the very center of Santiago in Chile. They've been getting us amazing pictures. They got us that amazing turquoise band, that sort of bluish color. We also saw it a little bit there in the second partial phase as well. Some really, really wonderful images.
The moon looked like another planet.
It absolutely did. It absolutely did. This is our fifth live stream that we've done together with Thomas. It's just always enormous fun working with him, and he always has a fantastic setup with fantastic images. So thank you, Thomas, and thank you to all the team there in Santiago.
Yeah. And thank you for people watching, because we're going to leave you with these images of the moon. There's still 30-40 minutes left of partial eclipse to enjoy, and we will be keeping the stream going as long as people are watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and don't forget to come back here in 2 weeks, because we will be live streaming the partial lunar eclipse. And for more information about eclipses, sunrise, sunset, moon phases, planets and stars and constellations in the night sky, and much, much more, timeanddate.com, we've got you. So go in and have a look. And we will see you in 2 weeks. Bye. Time and Date, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens. Hi, Steffen.
Hi, Anna.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events.
And we ordered the Devil's Horn just for you.
Now, we have to say thank you very much for your images tonight.
We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events.
That is a meteor.
Find your home and even more details on Time and Date. And subscribe to join us next time.